Hello? Hello. Yeah. All right. Should be good. Okay. Okay, let's see. So we're gonna get this. Yeah, it's kind of a mess. Some of this stuff. Stop that. You gonna take that upstairs or someplace else? Give me some streaming stuff. see. Whoever's on the Discord there, feel free to chat. It's I got the. You should be able to turn your mic on if you want. Since I'm over here working on this gusset, so I'm using the double lot. The video is actually on YouTube, so if you want to see what I'm doing, you'll have to watch it on YouTube. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure out how to get the video to play on both Discord and YouTube. I guess I could stream it from Discord, and probably the easiest thing to do. Maybe I'll switch it in a second. Anyway, I'm using a double lot dry punch here for the gusset. I'm almost done with the holes. For this build, we're using the. Can y'all hear me okay? Am I? I'm not sure which microphone I'm using. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Hopefully y'all can hear me. So we're going to be using a large gusset for this build. We have the pattern, it's the C1 and C2 gussets. It shows this old leaded that I've had for about a year, I guess. And I kind of like it. It's I'm not sure exactly what it's called. I knew it one time. Nice soft chrome jam. It's got a interesting character to it. What I thought I would do, I selected a few pieces of art. For the top flap and front flap. The face of the pouch. Okay, so there's the gusset. Guess I could cut this. So when you're cutting a gusset, already really flexible, rather than thin chrome jam is very, very flexible with this. I find that it's very hard to use razor knife. And I hope that, can you all hear me? Is anybody, can you just give me a thumbs up in the chat or something if you can hear me? Okay, if my microphone's coming through on YouTube. I know there's a bit of a delay. I can see the light lighting up, but I don't know how much of it is actually coming through on YouTube. Hopefully it's not. Anyway, I find that it's very challenging to use a razor knife for
Ah, so I've just worked out how to get the push to talk working on the Discord.
Ah, okay. Can you hear me okay on Discord?
I can hear you in the Discord chat fine. YouTube, your volume's very low.
Okay. I have no idea how to increase that. Okay. Let's see. Is it better on YouTube if I talk into the mic like this? Just trying to figure out which microphone I'm using here. Because I thought I was on my headphones, but I think I might be on the MV7 here.
Yeah, it's better if you talk on into your mic. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just on the wrong microphone, but that's all right. I'll be done over here shortly, and then I'll come back. I guess what I can do real quick is just talk about what I was talking about over there. I don't know if it came through or not, but with that kind of leather that I was just cutting, that gusset, it's a very thin chrome tan, so it's very flexible. And so what I normally use when I'm cutting leather is this nice big DeWalt razor knife, but it doesn't really do a good job whenever you're trying to cut something that's very flexible, especially like a thin chrome tan, or if you're trying to cut suede. It just doesn't do a very good job. But this round knife that's got a little bit of a rotary blade on it does a fantastic job whenever you're cutting.
They're great on lightweight leathers. The little rotary knives. I've got a Wolfcraft one, which is like a universal brand, but they're really good.
Yeah, I love them. Can't have too many tools, right?
You can tell my wife that she's got to pick up. I'm in England at the moment, and in Finland, my French pricking irons have turned up, so she's got to collect them from the post office. And just so you know, if you're talking at the workbench into Discord, I can't hear you now for some strange reason.
I'm not saying anything at the moment.
I've picked up another suitcase of leather from the UK. I smuggled back into Finland as well.
So this is the chrome tan that we're going to use for the gusset, and it's got a nice little bit of a suede interior. So I think that's going to be pretty cool. And then I'll cut out the veg tan pieces here and punch those. And then once we get those punched and cut, then I'll come over here and I will eat my breakfast and then we'll do some carving.
Well, I'm not used to this click to talk. I think I just spoke and was hanging up rather than talking.
Is it forcing you to do that?
No, it's me and my fat thumb. I said basically I've got some crocodile print or alligator style print that I was going to make the bag from, but there was a problem with the pattern and I didn't fancy messing with it. And then the next thing you know, I was flying to the UK to see my dad again.
Well, oh, let's see. Did I do something to push the
No,
button?
no. It's with the Discord. It's got like a push to talk thing, and there's a red button on the side which hangs you up out the call. So I just put my thumb on the wrong part of the screen for the phone.
Oh, okay.
And I couldn't have that much scrap leather underneath my bench in a bin. I'd be sorting it out into like that's a key ring.
going to eat some breakfast, and then we will do some carving, and then we'll dye it, and then we'll put some kind of a finish on it, and then think about putting it together. Let's see. There we go.
Enjoy your breakfast. Yeah, just arguing with the phone and catching up on other stuff and all while I'm here.
Greetings, Berserker in Kentucky. How's it going up there in the Ohio Valley? I'm not doing too bad, other than missing about the only thing out of Ohio, out of Kentucky and the Ohio Valley that I miss is the nice cold winters. Yeah, but we're looking at 90 degrees today in the Rio Grande Valley. Before we finally get a cold front for New Year's, it's going to bring us back down to normal weather, 70 degrees.
It's got to be bad for keeping the beer cold.
Do what?
That has to be bad for keeping your beer cold.
Berserker, were you up there in, what was it, 99 or 2000 when there were the tornadoes in Louisville on January 5th?
No, I was either in Idaho or maybe in Spain.
Yeah, that one was an interesting year. And it's not supposed to be warm enough in Louisville on January 5th to be generating tornadoes.
Hey, Trust, how's it going?
For at least some of y'all, I'll get to put a voice with the name today.
Well, my name really is Anthony. I'm an Englishman that lives in Finland, but I'm currently in the UK. My dad's 80 years old, and I didn't want him to be alone this Christmas, and so I'm over for that and New Year. So I've done some leather shopping and bought some tools which are cheaper if I buy them here rather than getting them shipped. So my name's Anthony, and I live in Finland mainly.
Nice to meet you, Anthony. Since you heard, I'm in the Rio Grande Valley, so I'm in deep South Texas.
Yeah, I don't know America that well, but I do know of some of these places with the gold programs especially.
Well, this area of the state is frequently in the news, unfortunately. At least the news here, whenever you hear anything about the illegal immigration, it's my area that they're talking about.
Just get yourself a bigger garden fence.
Well, I married Hispanic for my second go-around, so that would go over like a fart in church.
Yeah, but you could say it's to keep her in. I'm joking.
Yeah, that one I'm not sure how she would appreciate that either. She doesn't appreciate most of my humor, despite the fact that she works in an operating room.
Well,
those people can get away with saying and doing stuff on the clock that would get my ass hauled up in front of HR.
Or maybe you had your funny bone removed.
No. I think part of the problem is the fact that I was raised on George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Gallagher. You know, the good comics that are unfortunately no longer around.
Yeah, Pryor was pretty good. I'm guessing I'm a bit younger than you, but Pryor and Eddie Murphy.
Yeah. Back when Saturday Night Live was still good. But yeah, the Hispanic culture is somewhat different.
I guess if you were the root of some of the jokes, you don't like being in them. So yeah, I can understand that.
Well, those jokes, I don't really go with a lot of those. Even though she really loves listening to George Lopez, which is where most of the Hispanic humor I hear comes from anymore.
Is that the fluffy?
No, that's Gabriel Iglesias. And yes, he's funny as hell too.
Right. I know Dad was a bit military orientated. I've got a quick little military story for you now. Finland recently had a problem with their phone cables being severed between them and Sweden, them and Germany, and now Estonia on Christmas Day. My stepdaughter, her boyfriend, was the ship captain that stopped the oil tanker, which was Cook, from the Cook Islands. He actually stopped the ship. And what they did was, this took some balls, 600 meters in front of the boat. They stopped their boat and then turned the lights on. And basically said, we're the sort of the border control for Finland. Pull your boat over. And they got them to pull actually into Finnish waters. So they managed to get the whole crew off and question them.
Just for cutting the phone lines.
Yeah, the underground sea communications, what they do is they drag their anchors across the and it's instigated by the Russians.
Aha! We can't let everybody else communicate to tell each other how we're treating them because, hey, we don't want everybody to know.
No, the internet service now is actually starting to be noticeably dropped because I use a VPN to connect to Finland because that's where my streaming TV is, you know. And this morning I was trying to connect just to watch HBO, and I couldn't do that because the internet connection was so lousy.
Well, when the fiber gets cut, that makes for an interesting time, don't it?
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not on more world news, if you know what I mean, because it was a Georgian captain, and by the sounds of the questioning, and it's not official, his family's being held by Russian people, and that's why he did the anchor run.
Aha. I don't watch a whole lot of world news unless they include it in the local broadcast.
I'm just surprised he had the balls to stop his little boat versus an oil tanker that was from the Cook Islands. I'm just amazed he had the nerve to just it was pitch black, you know, and they then turned their lights on. They got 600 meters to stop an oil tanker.
Occasionally, and I say this, my dad and my brother were both in the Navy. Some of those guys really love to play chicken.
Well, Finland, or my stepdaughter's boyfriend, he didn't chicken out, if you know what I mean. And the other problem is like when they did recently a Chinese boat object, I think it's Chinese, did the ones between Finland and Sweden and Germany, and they didn't pull over into Swedish water. They actually stuck to the international water and kept on going.
Gave a collective fuck you to the Navy.
Basically, yeah, because I mean, once you're in international waters, it's very easy if you're under I'd say a Russian or a Chinese flag to keep rolling.
Past that 12-mile limit, there's not a damn thing you can do about it.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. But NATO's now putting ships in that Baltic Strait now, basically.
International water, fine. We'll put an international force out there. That makes sense.
Well, Finland in NATO, so Sweden, and well, I think Sweden is. I think they did. They squeaked in. Estonia is, and then Finland's got a missile-to-missile, air-to-air or air-to-ground missile system, which they've linked with Estonia. This is why the phone links are important, so that they can actually cover both sides. So, from if any boat's leaving from Russia, it has to go through that strait if they're from St. Petersburg. Then they've got it basically in a missile trap. Looking at some patterns there, Dad.
Yeah. So here's this is what we're going to be working on. So got the front of the pouch here, and what I decided to do was grab a couple of so I got this pattern from one of Magnus's Viking art packs, and let me know if you guys can't hear me, but I
can hear you, but I can't find the link to get into your stream.
Oh, it should be in the rounded pouch thing. Let's see. Oh no, it's in the video. The videos one. The videos channel.
Living in the collapse section of my list.
I'll tell you, I had real problems with that collapse list. Oh
yeah. It was irritating the first time I saw all my channels had disappeared. I was like, what?
Yeah, I went in there and I was like, everyone's saying, look at this section and that's, and I could not see it. I thought I was just being stupid. Check my phone, check my iPad, check the computer. No, they're all the same. And somehow I managed to find the show all or something. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, Jesus, how stupid did I look when I say I can't find that link?
Let's see if I can get this.
And suddenly you've got a flood of dots.
It's not the dots, it's information. And people showing their stuff and then asking the right questions in the right areas. And bless trust, I had to private message and get some sensible answers. And other people have been really helpful as well when I've got questions about leather crafting in general.
All right. So. Trust. Thanks for the comment on whatever that is, YouTube. Let's see. All right, so I grabbed a couple of designs, these Viking artwork from one of Magnus's art packs, and I went ahead and threw it into Photoshop, duplicated and flipped it. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to put these two on the front of this. This is the front of the pouch. So we'll put these two down here like that. And then on the top, I got these birds. Put that on there. So these are all the Viking style birds, I guess. And these will go on the top of the pouch. So on the portion that curve over.
But that's his raven, I think, or one of his ravens.
Yeah. I like that kind of. So that's the intent anyway. And we'll just see how that goes. Any questions about anything so far?
None. Oh, okay. How are you going to equally space them so they don't look up or downy or whatever-y every?
You mean the artwork?
Yep.
I'm going to eyeball it, and I got pretty good eyeballs. I thought about doing some kind of a grid to try to line them up, but it's really not that important that they're like dead on. They just got to look like they're mostly correct. You know?
And what colour are you going to dye the bag?
It's an interesting question. Because what I did, was I got this this brown for the gusset, right? So you can see, I think this is like a crazy horse or something. I can't remember exactly what it's called. But I picked this up at the bargain bin at Tandy, and it's a pretty cool little chrome tan. Originally, I made a cloak out of it, and then I was like, nah, let me use that for something else. But I'm going to use that for the gusset, and I thought, if I was Magnus, how would I color this? That's kind of the thing that I'm going for with this, is trying to do it, as close to a Magnus style as possible. And so I thought, well, I probably would go ahead and do the pouch face and the flap in black, and then maybe either leave these uncolored, or that's probably the right thing. If I go around them with the black dye, get in all the little nooks and crannies, and just have these pop out as the natural color. I don't know. What do you think?
Leave the main part of that piece uncolored and
Just the design piece.
And just do the design?
No, color the whole pouch face with black, and then leave the design pieces the natural leather color, so they kind of pop a little bit.
That should look good.
See, Magnus has been dyeing some stuff rather badly recently, and painting in the different colours. So I would have done the logos inside in like a gold colour maybe, or he's been using that green a bit. or is it like a turquoise? Anyway, I don't know. I think I'd go for a standout colour
What I could
for
do.
the.
What I could do. I got that bone color. That bone. It's like a bone white.
Is that dye or acrylic?
It's just acrylic paint. So it's the Angelus bone, and it looks pretty good on some of the stuff that he's done.
I'm not being crazy here. Isn't there a different prepping and priming stuff to do with? Okay, if you're using, oh God, I can't even. I think I've got my dementia from my dad. They say you've got to treat leather a certain way when you're dyeing and everything else, but it's slightly different when you use acrylic paint. What's the word? Oh, when I remember the word, I'll press the button again.
It's all right. So what I normally do if I'm going to paint something, at least recently, is I'll go ahead and dye the whole thing black, and then I'll put some kind of a resist on the top of it. Maybe I'll use that matte color.
Yeah, that was it. That was the resist.
Yeah.
They were saying about. I watched somebody from Weaver Leather talking about how he dyes and colours, and then these certain processes, and then he talked about also if he uses acrylic paint, he changes the order of everything he does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if I so I found that if I use an acrylic resist, it does a pretty good job of letting me paint on top of that, and then you can just acrylic, resist or put a top coat basically over that. So that may be the way to go, and I'll do these.
You ask for any questions, and I'm just trying to think of whatever I can.
Oh, it's perfect. So I'll finish my dirt coffee here, and then we'll get started with some carving. This is that
In your cold environment.
my freezing cold environment.
Yep, that's the one. I drove to Helsinki Airport in the snow, so I'm used to this stuff.
That stuff is all right. It's that mushroom coffee, but it's some of it just tastes like dirt. But
we go to the forest and we pick, they call it yellowfoot mushrooms, and then we then dry them. And my dad every year, I love them mushrooms, can you please give me some more? And then I went into his food cupboards, and apparently his memory's not so great, and apparently now he's got like a stockpile of 1 kilo of the stuff dried, which is about 10 kilos worth, maybe 15 kilos worth when they're wet.
Very nice.
Damn. It's a hell of a moisture content.
Yeah, and then when you consider that I've been giving him mushroom gravy every day now. I'll go back because I watched some of the earlier footage. You cut out the seams with the roller blade.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I call it. And then this part, I saw you using, was it just a box knife for part of it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for the veg tan stuff, I'll just use a box knife or a razor knife. But on this stuff, because it's really stretchy and kind of flexible, it makes it very hard to cut it with just a straight razor knife. So I like to use that round rotary blade on that. All right.
Didn't even think about digging that out when I was cutting for my pouch. I did the whole thing in, well, the body pieces in chrome.
Yeah. All right. So, I think, yeah, I'll go ahead and do the reverse side.
I think that's the beauty of this pattern, is which materials you could use for it. I mean, you could literally make this out of denim, and people would still be able to make this.
Yeah. Yeah, you can pretty much use whatever you want for it.
You know, a lot of these patterns that he's got, it looks like you can do that with.
This is so sticky there.
Today I gave up on making the, been trying to make a cover for my Zippo.
Oh, yeah?
And generating too much scrap and nothing to show for it. So I gave up on that, and right now I'm just making a damn needle case.
Korlova, Korlova, they had a free pattern, but it might be payable for. But if we hook up in DMs, I might be able to pass you over the free pattern. But they're suggesting a thinner leather on their YouTube.
Yeah, I've been trying to use the 2 to 3 ounce I've got on that, and it's that pattern's too small. It's too tight. The Zippo will not go on.
Have you tried adding instead of printing at 100%, print it at like 105%?
No, I haven't tried that yet, but the viewer I use doesn't have the option for oversizing. I don't use Adobe because it's not available for my OS.
You've got what's it called? Apple.
I do not use Apple.
Right. Well, what I'll do is I will try and do that with my gear that I've got home, because what I'll do is actually screenshot it and then work it out, or I'll import it into GIMP, which is a free software, and then ask it to increase the size of the pattern by 105. But do you know what I mean? I'll do it. Just say,
will GIMP handle PDFs?
Oh yeah.
I was not aware of that.
Well,
I don't do a whole lot of publishing, so that would be one reason why.
Well, I mean, I take photos, and GIMP is pretty flexible, and then PDFs, it's sort of just like, just give it a try. If it's not that, I'll find out the program that I actually did do it with when I was at home. But I'm not home until the 6th of next month.
I'll give that a shot. Thank you, sir.
Don't call me sir, please. You're the elder in this conversation, and I should be calling you that out of respect.
I thought you were going to say, don't call me sir, because I work for a living.
That's what I was expecting to hear.
In the UK, you hear the word sir used far too often for no real reason, as in, thank you, sir, for your business, or whatever. They're just trying to be polite.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't hear a whole lot of that anywhere.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Unfortunately.
And the world is not what it was in the 80s.
Disco has officially died.
What did?
Disco.
Oh, that's okay. It went well beyond its time. That was semi sort of a joke.
I didn't want to just record my laughing in the chat. And because I've muted the YouTube video, I'm guessing all of our voicing is coming out on your YouTube video.
Yes. It should be anyway. I hope that it is.
So I can't request shots at this time of the evening.
Well, you're welcome to do whatever you'd like.
Yes, sir.
I see Trust Life popped in, but I haven't heard anything out of that part of the channel.
Yeah, I think he dropped a comment there on YouTube.
I think Trust is has got a sense of humour, and just listening to the wit from us. In before Trust. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, I discovered when I joined some of Magnus's streams, I can't talk in the YouTube chat. It keeps giving me this create a channel to join the chat. I'm not paying YouTube for anything.
That's probably a good move. I got I paid for the YouTube Premium where they remove all the commercials from everything. That was a mistake because now I can't go back. I can't stand the commercials.
I wonder what happens with the month off, where you have it a month for free, you see, because I've never paid for it, but I can obviously comment on the channels, and I missed it last night through no fault of my own, through taking shots at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and his stream started at 9 o'clock in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's always 5 o'clock somewhere.
Was in England. But no, I was going to ask you about have you ever used like a laser printer onto plastic before, so that when you do this part, it sort of scratches off when you're going around your template as you're going around?
I don't have a laser printer.
Neither do I, but I was just asking. And the other thing is,
Inkjet. I have used an inkjet onto transparency film.
How did that work out for you?
In itself, that part was fine. The problem came from my issues with drawing a straight line. I have a problem with that even with a ruler. Also, just getting my hands to cooperate. I wind up getting a lot of cramps lately. Yes, I'm old.
I was going to say hydrate magnesium, but if you're old, just do what you do. I mean, the point is you're doing something with your hands still, so you're still training them.
Yeah.
So, what keyword do I use, Dad, every time you say it?
What's that?
Well, I try to use, like, whenever Magnus mentions Discord or Patreon, I then take a shot, all right? Well, and I only do that. I only do when I'm in England, right? And I'm in England.
He's trying to play the Star Trek drinking game with leather crafting video.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whatever floats your boat.
Thank you, Don.
Alright. Just gonna let that dry a bit. That didn't get nearly the impression that I wanted it to.
I did have another suggestion. If you're doing that again, could you not just print out both onto the same piece of paper, right? And then position the paper symmetrically on the pattern so you can eyeball it easier?
Yeah, you could. I just didn't.
Just a question.
Yeah. It's there's a lot of stuff like that. I find it's like, oh, I could have done this way easier if I just used a little bit of sense before I. Too bad I just ran out of it.
We
A
used
lot
to
of it's
call
not
that.
about, it's learning by doing, and then all of a sudden, you see, I wouldn't have thought of doing that until I watched you doing it and positioning the two pieces of paper.
Yeah, I was.
Back in the day, we called that coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about how I could get them to look right on there, and it just didn't happen the way that I wanted it to. But we'll see if we can get this to dry a little bit before we do the next one. Yeah, it looks all right. It'll be fine whenever we clean it up with the. All right.
And now Trust is broadcasting.
Nice.
Not anymore.
Maybe Trust has had the voice to talk, push to talk problem that I had when I first logged in. So I was trying to say things to Dad and I couldn't. And then I sent messages via Discord, and then I typed something into YouTube when he asked, "Can I hear the microphone?" And then I had to get my because I've got it on the telly with no sounds on. Yeah, all fun.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he had a little video window pop up there for a minute.
Oh, trust.
Yeah.
Can you all hear the music? Is it
No, I don't hear any music.
okay?
That's
But
because
I've got the YouTube muted.
Okay.
I will brave the double voice, as in like hearing myself saying what I've just said. All right. Music's playing,
That's
mate. I sound a bit loud, but then again, I'm quite a loud person. I trust.
That's a hell of a delay between Discord and YouTube on the sound.
Yeah. I meant to look into how I can reduce that, but it just wasn't one of those things that I was prioritizing today.
Yeah. It's understandable. There are other more important things in life.
And it seems you're doing I like what you're doing. I'm pleased you're actually showing the process of even copying a pattern. I mean, Magnus does it, but he's got his process, he's got his routines, and you're like, you get the pattern, you then make it. You've got your version of that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that it's helpful.
Well, it's better than Amazon Prime TV.
All right. So, let's see how that looks. Not too bad for eyeballing it. All right. Let's see if we can carve this out.
I'm thinking about joining the Laser Cutting Society. And I've seen one I like, and I'll get it from Sweden a lot cheaper than I can in Finland. But I keep on thinking that it'd be fun just to laser engrave lightly the patterns you want on it, because you can digitally, make sure everything's perfect, and then use the cutting tool to then cut the lines in that you could put in, I don't know, with a stylus or a pen or whatever you use to mark the actual pattern.
Yeah, I've thought about doing that too. It would make it immensely easier to get stuff done, especially if you wanted to do a lot of stuff quickly. If you were going to use a laser.
My only problem would be is when you go to case the leather afterwards, the smudging of the burnt material on the leather.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that would depend on how deeply you burn it.
Yeah, you say that. I have got a YouTube channel, and I'm not going to promote it right now. And I recently done one of my little logos that I've got for my YouTube channel onto my everyday carry bag that I use now for traveling. And that I put some neat's foot oil on it when I was here bravely, and it didn't run. Mind you, I didn't do it the same day, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you go ahead and promote it? It's like a whole 15.
No, and for what sewing. But Magnus's wallet pattern, if you ever use that, make it a centimetre deeper on the back, if you can. Or 1.3 mil, or take it, if it's just under a certain centimetre, take it up to the next. So let's say it's 7.8 centimetres, take it up to 9. Because I found I made Magnus's pattern and it looks absolutely amazing. I've got a lovely wallet in my car. Can't use it for euros or English banknotes because they all stick out the top.
That's frustrating.
But Trust, she's got a little video going within her video. Hi, Trust. You're streaming what you're making. Are you starting the bag as well? You put your thumbs up, I'm guessing.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, I took one of the Black Flag, actually 2 of his patterns, and combined them. A phone case, cool.
Nice.
Woo! And thanks for the advice, Trust. You're a real godsend.
I took Black Flag's Field Notes wallet, the free pattern for that one, and I took the card slots from his free regular wallet, his billfold, because that Field Notes wallet only had 2 slots on it.
Nice idea.
I have a few more than 2 cards to put in my wallet.
But with a more flexible leather, won't it stretch? I'm sorry, I'm just being the devil's avocado here.
No, you're cool. What I did 4 to 5 ounce for the outer shell. Then the reason I made the wallet in the first place is because I picked up some RFID blocking mesh that I wanted to put in my wallet.
Was that from the big wall?
I got it from Weaver, I think. No, Rocky Mountain is where I bought those rolls of mesh.
Sorry, I thought I'd get a Rio Grande kind of joke in there.
But for the 4 to 5 ounce outer shell, the 1/10 of a millimeter mesh back in that, and then a 1 ounce pigskin for the liner. Then for the 2 main pockets inside, again used the 4 to 5 ounce, and then for the card slots I used 2 to 3. I think I shared a picture of the wall of it in the Your Leathercraft channel. I'll go check here in a minute and see. But for the outside, I hand carved basket weave.
Very nice.
rather than trying to use any of the basket weave stamps I've got.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
In black.
Yeah, I saw that. They look pretty good.
That I'm happy with how that turned out.
Well, that's all that matters. As long as you're happy with it.
Part of why I'm trying so many different things is I'm looking at using Leathercraft as my exit from IT space.
Oh yeah.
Not was it F4 or Control Alt and Delete?
Control Alt Delete is reboot. I don't need to reboot. I don't want to go back to the 80s and 90s. What was that?
Oh, I know what that was. That was somebody climbing over your fence again.
Entirely possible. Or the neighbor decided to let her pit bulls out and running. Or more likely her grandkids did. But yeah, I'm trying so many patterns to see what I can actually make.
Yeah.
So that I've got a list of shit that I can put together and say, hey, this will be X amount if you want one.
It's a good idea.
I actually find that I'm making stuff that I use every day. I'm making things that I use while I'm learning before I try and sell it. It's such an amazing hobby for that. You can make yourself card holders. If they're too small, you use them only with a couple of cards in, and you think, well, this is my card holder. And then you make yourself a wallet. Okay, that's not quite how I like it. But then again, if I add... Can I say the light in your head is actually destroying the video footage?
Is it?
Yep. Just being honest with you.
It's almost impossible. Is that better? It's almost impossible for me to see the lines on the leather without using this stupid thing. And you would think that with all the lights that I have, I got a ring light there and a ring light here and then can lights overhead. You would think that I'd have plenty of light, but I gotta have one shining directly on it or else my stupid eyeballs just can't see it.
Time for Specsavers. I don't know what you have there in America.
The what?
In England and most of Europe, we've got Specsavers, which is a glasses company. Just admit it.
Yeah.
I got to my early 40s, and then I tried on a pair of glasses, and then all of a sudden, across the road, I could actually see the cement in between the bricks in the wall.
Well,
being able to see each individual leaf on the tree and each individual blade of grass without being right on top of them is a wonderful thing, ain't it?
You know what? Glasses, very underrated science.
this is true. I probably should look into spectacles at some point. Because...
Is Dr. Beiser still around up there?
I look through spectacles every day.
I may not even dye this son of a bitch. That looks actually pretty good. It's raw veg tin with the green thread.
Nice.
That actually looks decent.
I've been buying some funky thread because it was cheap on sale in some of the leather crafting shops. Have you ever watched Armitage Leather? on YouTube.
I don't think so, but I've watched a lot of.
Armitage doesn't sound familiar.
He makes like traditional style everything, and yes, he uses them French style pricking irons and stuff, but he goes through the cross stitch really well, and he's got a really nice technique for it, and that's why I ordered these bloody pricking irons. And do you know what I mean? My sewing is my weakness, because I will try and double knot certain things, like especially with like the Leocal knife sheath, which is the equivalent, I suppose, of a Finnish Bowie. I'm talking like a 20-inch blade or 18-inch, or yeah. And all of a sudden, watching his style, the way he teaches you how to sew, it's 3 one-hour YouTube videos, and he just goes over it so well. Yeah, and I bet he earns a fortune from them 3 hours, I'll tell you. But my problem is like I can knot the leather, but then because I'm working with such a thickness of leather, I'm trying to pull the knots too tight or not too tight. And then your stitches look wonky. And I've been doing it for so long, and he's got a nice simple technique, even to do with like, do this, do that, do this, and then done. And I think it will translate well to round holes, and I'm so looking forward to my next round hole project. But the pricking irons and my wallets and things like that, I am going to be like, oh yes, I can make something that looks professional now.
I'd rather use the diamond punches than make round holes, so that I'm not removing material.
Well, I've had problems with the diamonds because all the ones I've bought are bent, and that's because I'm a sociopath with the mallet that I usually rock them with, and that's why I was joking about Dad when I first started talking to Dad about whether he uses a mallet or a maul when he punches his holes.
I usually go with the maul because it's a 2-pounder and I don't have to swing it so hard.
Hi, Cosmic. Welcome to the chat.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Cosmo.
Cosmic!
Heyo.
It's shots o'clock.
It's what?
Shots o'clock, because I'm in England, so it's about 7 p.m.
Nice. Shots, 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 shots.
Not 3, not 3.
Tea, actually. I've just had some tea, so.
I said not 3. Sorry, I'm missing teeth.
Oh. Okay.
Do you really miss them?
With the amount of pain, no. Dad's YouTube video.
You've had teeth removed.
I actually found that it was cheaper to buy a litre of vodka and remove your own teeth than actually...
Pair of pliers works wonders.
Oh.
Okay, a pair of pliers and a litre of vodka was cheaper than going to the dentist.
Well, why not just use a hockey skate? Be a man about it. Scream to your friend Wilson while you're doing it.
Well, okay, I've got a pair of hockey skates at home. Next time I get toothache, I'm going to dedicate a video to Dad.
Next time I'm stranded on a desert island and need to give myself dentistry, I'm dedicating that video to Dad.
Very nice. I'm getting so many videos.
The legacy prevails.
What are you doing, Don?
Well, I don't need to worry about that. I had it professionally done quite a while back.
Yeah, but dedicating the next video to Dad.
Well, it's kind of hard to do that. See, I don't. I intentionally do not appear in front of cameras.
Are you one of these guys that wears a baseball cap every time he goes to the shop?
Every time I go outside.
Oh, I do that.
Let me just message the NSA.
That's because I got no natural covering for my scalp.
That's why I thought you wore big headphones.
Only when I'm here.
Sorry, earlier on in the video, Don introduced himself and said he lives near the border. And I said I'm an Englishman that lives in Finland, but currently in England because of my dad with dementia. So, Cosmic, what do we know about you?
Oh, I can at least give you that I'm not any of those things what you've just mentioned. To help narrow it down. Process of elimination, we're on our way.
So is that an English accent almost?
Almost, yeah. I used to live in the UK. Oh, I used to live in England.
But so now you live, according to your graphic, you're now living in a alien environment.
In space, that's correct. In outer space, not just.
I was going to say Area 51, but.
Oh, right.
Which is close enough, right?
Well, that's classified, so.
Yeah. Is it G14?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Loving the humour. Sorry, but it's nice to hear laughter.
G14 classified.
For those of us on this side of the pond, they're trying to delay the ban on TikTok. Just in case you missed that little tidbit.
Is that because so many middle-aged men will miss out on their videos of young girls jumping around in bikinis? Because I signed up for TikTok and that's all I got. And to be honest, I've deleted it and I am not ever seeing it again.
No.
Well, given who we've got set to take over in a couple of weeks, that could very well be his true reason for it.
Yeah.
We lost Finland.
He's got a bit of a spotty connection from time to time, so.
Yep.
Fat fingers and I. So, America's having a new president, is it?
Uh-huh. Well, it's not exactly new, but...
Recycled.
Yes. The only reason I follow the political news is not so that I can back one candidate or another one. It's simply because it's nice and chaotic, and therefore entertaining. Oh, Cosmic went away.
Wouldn't it be easier just to move a few kilometers south?
No, that's deadly. I stay on this side of the river because I've been across once. and
And you
was
tried
not
to-
comfortable with seeing all of the AK-47s lined up along the bridge on the way south.
Can I ask why that's not really a thing on social media or shown? Or is that because I'm an Englishman in Finland and I don't Google the crossings into Mexico?
Do what?
Well, I'm saying is I watch like the narcotics videos, I don't know, I can't remember, Pablo Escobar or whatever, and they show the video crossings of people taking drugs across the border and all this other stuff. Or I watch also the American border control. So is that something they don't show?
Oh, the other side of the river, the
Yeah,
the
I'm
other
sorry.
team.
But don't forget, this is like alien or new to me.
Honestly, it may just be that the publishers of the shows don't have permission from Mexico or whichever Mexican state they're in when they're filming. They may just not have permission to show that. Because once you're about halfway across the bridge from Brownsville or from McAllen or Far, you're on the other side. You're in the other guy's territory at that point.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just it's almost I want to say alien to me or shocking to me. I
The
guess you
most
don't. I guess you don't hear
Huh?
that very often.
No, the most surprising part of my one trip over there, because my mother-in-law still has a house in Reynosa, just across the border from where we're at now. She bought a house when she was like 20 something or 30, and it's still there. And some of her family that lived on the other side of the border, she let them stay there while she was up here. And we went one year. This was before my wife and I moved down here. We still lived in Dallas, Fort Worth at the time. Came down for vacation, went across to see the cousins and whatnot. And I was the most popular person at the party simply because I would give the kids a $1 bill. They'd be gone for hours and come back stuffed so full of fruit and candy. But then $1 will buy a shitload over there at a street vendor.
I got you. Dad, how often do you strop your I'm trying to think of the name for the knife. Swivel knife. There you go.
I usually do it at least once before I start carving anything, but I'll do it every time I start carving. Sometimes I'll do it again midway through. Just depends on the kind of leather that I'm working with.
And how do you you removed all? Oh no, you got ceramic. Okay.
Yeah.
I won't ask about removing the lines that are in it when you first get one.
No. I haven't.
Yeah, I just picked up a little ceramic this week too.
Fortunately, I haven't had any metal blades that had striations, so never had to deal with that. But I have heard some people say that they had some issues. I think if you stay away from the really cheap stuff on Amazon, it probably helps.
Difficult.
Yeah.
And I think my tooling knife, I think I bought two. I think I'll have to double check my toolbox, but one of them came from Ivancraft, which is a Taiwan-based company, which actually sells really cheap tooling tools, and but they're then resold in other countries, especially in Europe.
Yeah.
Can I ask Don and you, where did you get your ceramic blades from? Or
I got mine on Amazon.
I got mine at Tandy.
okay, see, good user information there.
Damn it.
All right. I think that's got the carving done.
And how did you find tooling this pattern?
I think this is an older pattern. It's a bit challenging. Just because well, mainly because the leather. I think I shrank the. I think I had to shrink these just a bit from the original size. I think they were more like that in the original size. So I'm sure they're probably a tad easier to tool from that perspective. Overall, not bad. It's a fairly straightforward pattern. Let's see what Trust is doing.
They're checking the thickness of their leather. It's yellow. Oh, sorry, hiccup.
Yeah, I need to
They
get
was
one of
working with
those.
yellow leather and they used a rotary tool to cut out part of the thing. By the looks of it.
I definitely need to get one of those gauges. Every time I go to Tandy, they say, "Oh yeah, we just ran out." I'm like, "You've been saying that for a year and a half. What do you mean you just ran out?" Somebody come in here and buy every single one of them every time that I want one.
That's just paranoia there.
Read your mind. All right, let's see. Any of these going to be used on this? This one is. And I think maybe that one. I think that's it. Yeah.
Will you be lifting any part of this pattern like you tried to show me on one video?
Probably not. Probably not lifting anything on this pattern. I always think that it would be cool to try to do a little bit of lifting, like on one of these crossovers or something. But it's, I don't know. Probably could. There's really only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 points. Looks like 10 points where it would potentially make a bit of difference. This one would be a little bit too thin. I wouldn't really want to lift that on this section right here, because there's a really good chance that the lifter would just go through the leather, and then you just have a hole through your leather. That piece just hanging off. So it's probably best not to do that.
Yeah, I had that problem with a beer cozy I made. I made it on YouTube and videoed it, and I thought, oh yeah, this leather's going to be fine enough. And I tried beveling it, and then it was just a basic weave pattern, and yep, I actually managed to go through. That's why I'm not recommending my YouTube channel, because I literally, I'm just like Kamikaze. I'll go in, I'll try it, and if it comes out wrong, and 99 times out of 100, it will.
Hey, if it comes out wrong, do not consider it a failure. It's a learning experience.
That's right.
I learned not to use thin veg tan to make a beer cozy that was designed for thin with the pattern.
Damn it! Pay attention to what you're doing, old man.
Okay.
Not you, me.
Probably a question I've asked before, but tooling process. What do you start with, and how do you do it? Or are you just going to say, this is my beginning and that's my end?
You mean as far as which tool do you start with, and at what point do you switch?
I'll start there. If you've got another answer for another question, then I'll hear that too, because I think everyone should hear how your thought processes are with tooling.
So, for me, I generally start with the beveler, because the beveler pushes the rest of the leather down, leaves your design up, and then you can decide from there what else you're going to do. If you're doing like a Western floral carving, there are so many different tools. There's like in most of the Western floral carvings that I've done, I use anywhere from 8 to 12 different stamp tools. And then you're also doing like some swivel knife cuts, decorative cuts on flower petals and stems and things like that.
Yeah,
so
that's what I saw was the decorative cuts video, and then using a lifter. No, it's just I just think that the people that sit back and then turn around and watch this want to know these kind of questions that are, if they're new, hey, just ask.
Yeah. No, it's a good question. And this is why I use the beveler first, right? I use the beveler first so that I can set the design in place. You can also use the beveler as a way to clean up like places that don't necessarily look right once you've done the swivel cut. So you kind of get all that stuff done first, and then you move to whatever the next thing is. So in these kinds of I don't want to say that Magnus's patterns are simple. They're complicated from from a design perspective, but they're simple from a tooling perspective, right? So it really only use the beveler and maybe a backgrounding tool. That's why I got just these two stamps here, right? So I got this diamond, coarse diamond backgrounder and the beveler, and that's it. And so I'll go through and I'll, like when I'm approaching this kind of a pattern, what I'm going to do, typically what I'll do is I'll start with like these buckles, because he does these buckles.
Sorry to cut you out mid-sentence.
Sure.
Which tool is that? What number tool is that?
I don't know. I want to say it's the B666.
You do need glasses. If you can't read the number on the stamp.
No, it's impossible to read it. I put it somewhere. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I know the...
Actually, try it without your headlamp on the tool. Sorry.
The what?
Oh, no. Sorry, your headlamp's off now. Sorry. I thought you were still wearing your headlamp. I just double-checked the YouTube video, because I'm watching what you're doing, but I'm not watching the corner.
I think it's this one. What number is that? It's probably B935 from Tandy. Yeah, I think that's what it...
Right. Sorry, that's some good information. Sorry. I know I'm a pain in the arse, so...
Ah, there we go. I can use my magnifying glass. Yeah, it's B935.
Don, do you want to take out stocks and shares on opticians in that part of America?
No, I try to have as little to do with Kentucky as possible. Hey, I'm just glad that I've finally convinced my son that he actually does need to get out of there.
Why is that?
And we're now working to get his happy little ass down here to Texas.
Don't like Kentucky?
Not being rude. Texas is the largest state in America.
Do what?
I'm not including Canada here. Texas is the largest state, isn't it?
Actually, Alaska, I believe, by
Okay, I'm not going. I'm not going.
square mileage. California, I think, is real close to Texas as far as land size. I'm not exactly sure because, well, California.
Is it really a state of America? Or is it in...
It's a state of something, anyway. But, I mean, I grew up in Texas. The reason I badmouth Kentucky so much is because I was stupid enough at age 25 to leave Texas to follow a girl.
I'm not saying anything about that because I left England to go to Finland. And actually, I think Finland's a very beautiful country. So...
I stayed in Kentucky for 10 years.
Where'd you
The
live?
judge... Huh?
Where'd you live?
We were in Louisville.
Oh, well,
If you're familiar with Louisville at all, Shively.
okay. Yeah, so now I understand.
Uh-huh. Plus, the in-laws were next door.
Sorry, Dad, when you tag this video, you're going to say this is a lesson about America.
places you should not live in America.
Sorry, but in England, they got a saying, they call it the Louisville lip, but I don't know where that statement comes from.
Oh, that's... Well, it may be
I've never
something
heard
to
it.
do with, if I had to guess. Well, what are you talking about? The Louisville lip. What is it used in...
Somebody talking too much, or... It's also almost like fighting talk. Maybe I misinterpret the Louisville lip, but
like sassy.
Yeah, I'm guessing if sassy's like you're a little bit, you got something about you, and you're going to say it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, that's there's a lot of people in Louisville that are we don't say Louisville here. We say Louisville. It's like
The I is silent.
Yeah, there is no Louis. It's Louisville.
Okay, so maybe it's a speech impediment thing that they're saying in England. I'm just joking here, but no,
No.
I just remember the saying, and I thought, I never understood the saying. So,
Well, Kentucky does like to think they're a southern state.
We were a border state.
Damn Yankees. Hey, at least you accept the humor there, Berserker.
Well, there's a lot of stuff in life that you can get upset about, and I've gotten upset
Yes.
about most of it. And I've learned that it's really not all that important to get upset about.
well, I'm the good, the bad, the ugly fan. So, you know, I understand.
That was a good movie.
Don't believe I ever saw that one.
They don't make them like that anymore. I just, it's something you can sit down for a few hours and just let the storyline unroll.
Mm-hmm. You telling me that you live in Texas and you've never seen The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly?
My tastes do not. My tastes in movies run in a particular direction. That did not include that movie.
It was nothing to do with Deborah and Dallas, was it?
That movie was fortunately before my time. On the other hand, I did see it. I mean, shit, I am in my 50s. Nobody in their 50s can honestly say they have not seen that movie.
I am in my 50s, and I can definitely say I have not seen it. And I like the way that I'm watching the webcam, and occasionally Dad looks up and laughs. But so, what is your movie like? Are you a Lucas kid? Are you a George Lucas Star Wars fanatic?
I saw Star Wars when it first came out in the drive-in. 1978.
I'm guessing you wasn't driving.
If I was, then I was a little before my time.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I grew up on that whole franchise.
Same, but a little bit younger. Fortunately, I'll say.
If you're in your 50s, you're not that much younger than I am.
I'm early 50s, but I'm early 50s.
I'll be 53 in May.
Hold up. You got to call me, sir.
Do what?
Hold up. Sorry, 53 in May. Hold up. What year is it next year? No, you got to call me, sir. Sorry, you say you got arthritis, and are you sure it's not carpal tunnel from the keyboard work with your IT field?
It could definitely be that. I've been told that what I've got is not arthritis, but I have not been told that it is carpal. My hands, especially when I try to do the beveling and whatnot that Berserker's doing right now, my hands will not cooperate.
It's definitely carpal because the keyboards are set up and everything. Yeah, and I know that from people that played. It sounds silly. MMORPG, I think that's how you pronounce it, and it's RuneScape. And in the early days of RuneScape, it was very much a lot of keyboard work and clicking and typing, and you know what I mean. But I know coders from that era that had the same problem.
Well, that's how I learned how to type. Was playing MMOs when I was.
My condolences.
When I was in college, I was a computer engineering major, and my initial typing was like whack, 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 whack. And then I started playing MMOs, and it was, you didn't have voice chat in the early days, like back in the late 90s. There was no voice chat. It was you had to type.
No voice chat.
Yeah. Everything had to be typed. And if you're going into a combat situation with a group of other people and you have to communicate to them about what's going on, like all that's got to be typed while you're doing all of your casting spells or triggering actions or whatever. So,
and 20 words a minute ain't gonna cut it.
That's right. Single finger whack, 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 whack.
Hunt and peck. Oh yeah.
I remember Ultima Online and the smack talk before a fight.
Ultima Online, yeah, that was the first one I played. That was I remember being in the forest up there, like north of, I want to say U. There was like a turn.
Like the bank. I never remembered the name places. I just say I'm going south of the bank, hunting deers, and I'm going to go to the graveyard and then kill the undead.
Yeah, I remember that. But I remember there was a turn that was like north. I want to say it was near a town called U. And this turn was like, kind of a 90-degree turn in a forested area. And so on both sides of the road, there was a pretty deep forest. And 85-90% of the time, there would be player killer bandits sitting out there just waiting for people to come by. And the only way you'd know is you'd see CORP, corpor. And that was the spell that was like a lightning bolt or something. It was like nearly insta-kill once they got good at it. Everything was a skill-based stuff in that game. So once they got their skill level high enough with their magic, that spell was basically insta-kill for just about anybody. And you'd see it, and you're like, no! And you try to run away, and then the little lightning bolt thing is just like chasing you across the screen. You're like, son of a... Yeah. Frustrating.
All my typing skill. I mean, one, sophomore year in high school, that was a required class
Mm-hmm.
down here. Every high school in Texas, typing was a required class. Didn't matter what else you had to do.
Yep.
You had to have that class that year as part of your graduation requirements.
Yeah, we had to take that in 7th grade, I think. And I took the class, and I was like, it was on a typewriter. You know, it wasn't a keyboard.
Yeah.
Not like on a computer. This was an actual mechanical typewriter, and so you're chick, zzz.
Well, back in the day, back in my high school days, they didn't have, for the secretarial pool and whatnot, there was no word processing.
Yeah.
As far as computers went, we had TRS-80s. There was no word processor, spreadsheets, anything on the Trash 80.
Yep.
I'm guessing we was luckier in England for that lesson. The first computer I came across was a Winchester, which took the really big floppy disks. And then when I was in secondary school, we had the RM Nimbus. I think it was I'm going to say 2000, but then again, I've watched Harry Potter. But it was like this. It was like a word processing style PC, and it did art and everything. But we still had the BBC Micro as the coding computers. And the first time I used the computer, I was about 6 years old, and I actually had in England a train station named after me, because it was British Rail's computers and their digital punch card system that they had. And to have my name put onto one of these punch cards, you had to generate a train station. So I'm punch card computer system old.
Very nice.
I never had to deal with punch cards. They brought some in to show the class this is what was.
Well, I am what was, but is. And I always question myself, all these people that did this for their friends, family and relatives to create these cards, are we still registered in a database, some obscure database, as a train station?
The world may never know.
I might ask them to go to Anthony, my surname, on a train station one day, to try and book a ticket and see how much it costs to get there.
Why is that nodding?
Sorry, I went to the bathroom. Are you still on the same tool?
Yeah. Yeah, still doing the beveling. So I'll get this, all this side beveled and then do that side. And then I'll switch to the backgrounder and get the inside on this and the inside on that. And then I'll probably go ahead and dye this piece at that point and start on the other one.
Short stream then.
What's that?
Oh, sorry. I said a short stream then.
We've been going 2.5 hours already.
And the amount of shots I've got from your comments it's been amazing.
maybe a short stream for you.
Nope, not going to go there.
I didn't even make Magnus
Nope.
yesterday.
Not going to say it. No.
It's only 40%. What's it called? Brandy, or yeah, brandy. So don't worry. You know, it's. I'm learning. I'm watching. I'm seeing how you move the piece around, how you tool things, and I like the fact that you actually move the piece around rather than
Yeah, I find it's easier to just try to keep, the same basic alignment and move the piece instead of trying to move my hands. If I try to do this, it's just going to be, I just can't do it.
Even though maybe Tipsy Whipsy La La, which is a Teletubby joke, which is from the 90s maybe. Right. How do you keep the moisture consistent for your whacking?
Well,
Whacking might mean something different in America.
God, the group of kids I hang out with on the other server would be having a field day with that.
Mostly, mostly what I'll do for the moisture content for casing the leather is just like at this point it's starting to get a little too stiff, a little too dry, so I'll probably go ahead and re-wet everything. But I find that
Stiff, dry, re-wet. And I'm going for the other server.
I find that whenever you have the leather is, really wet. Like I see a lot of people on Instagram and occasionally on Facebook. They'll have these videos where they show people tooling, and it looks basically like this whenever they're tooling. Very dark leather, obviously very wet. They don't let it dry very much before they begin tooling. And I just, if it's like, I will do a little bit more. I'll do the tooling whenever it's
What I'm seeing on screen at the moment, you do the whole piece to keep it so when it dries the same color evenly.
Yeah, I haven't run into a situation where, like, if you do half of it, the other half would be darker or lighter. But I've tried to always do the whole piece because that's how I learned, right?
That's what all the tutorials online say.
Yeah.
They just keep it consistent.
Okay, I'm being devil's advocate basically. I'm just, I know what I'm seeing in the video. I understand why you're doing what you're doing, but it's if anyone watches this, I just hope they understand.
Yeah, it's I mean, good questions. If people have questions about it, you're welcome to ask. Join the Discord.
Thank you.
You can go to darkhorseworkshop.com, and I think there's a link on there, isn't there, for the Discord?
Yeah, the link is in each of the product pages.
Thank you, and thank you.
my mallet.
Maul.
Darth Maul.
Just call it a damn hammer and be done with it.
Kind of big.
Yep.
Just put some spikes and it'd be done with it. I'll tell you.
That's the English response, all right.
Yes, and our English leathercraft is renowned around the world.
Spiked clubs.
Yeah, we got clubs, we got nightclubs. Day clubs, early morning club. Oh, and my strange thing was I got ushered away from a nightclub once delivering milk because King Charles, I was going to say Prince Charles, King Charles, his children were drinking in said nightclub.
Was this recently?
No, when they were, I don't know, about 2000. So they were.
He was still just a prince.
No, they was appreciating top quality humour, not far from Buck Palace, but with some very heavy security. Same time as I delivered milk to a certain hospital in London, which I am refusing to name, and there was royal family in there, and the security just to deliver milk cream to a hospital and protein drinks for the people that required them in like these sippy cup packets. Yeah. Very strict.
Interesting.
Well, you just explain to them, if they don't want to drink milk, I ain't delivering.
I will refrain from making milkman jokes.
No man jokes required. I mean, seriously, when you're delivering to a hospital and it's one of these places where the royals use on a frequent basis and they have security on the doors for even the tradesmen to stop the paparazzi getting in. And over the road from there, a pop group called Oasis, they would do in the pub.
Very nice. I heard they broke up and then they're supposed to be getting back together recently. Some kind of a disagreement.
They're doing a comeback tour this last year and part of this year. And yeah, it was very funny. I've got an Oasis story, but I don't know whether it needs to be told on internet.
Well, then probably not.
So I'm going to tell it. No, one of the band members, the shorter one, not Liam, Noel, he tried getting into the pub I lived in because I used to be an assistant manager of a pub, or as I called it, an arse manager. And he tried coming in with his girlfriend on a Sunday, and I was doing watercolour painting, being creative, just trying to relax after a stupid week of beer drinkers and drinking a pint. He tried getting in the pub and he rattled the door and then looked through the window, saw me drinking and painting, and I just opened the little upper window of the door frame and I said, "Don't look back in anger," which is one of their big Oasis songs.
Did he respond with, "I heard you say"?
No, he just kept on walking. It was kind of. And the other thing is, Actually, I've never been asked that. And thank you. He didn't look back. But the other thing was Gordon Ramsay was working at a hotel nearby me, and he was doing the chef programs from that hotel. And he was famous. They called it the F word. So every time I saw him walking off or near him by the pub, I would shout the F word from the upstairs, like from the third floor. Hold up. We don't have first, second. Yeah, we have ground floor, first and second. So maybe in American, second floor. I'd shout down F off every time he walked by, and I was on my computer playing RuneScape, surprisingly.
Nice.
The only celebrity story I've got was running into one of the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders at a hot tub party.
Oh, nice.
She looked better on the field.
Well, I've got him.
Just stop for a minute there. She looked better in uniform, yes.
Yeah, but I've got an American hero story. Thomas Hanks.
Oh yeah, Tom Hanks. Yeah.
I've met him, shook his hand, thanked him for his movies because I didn't know what to say. But he was at a cash point outside the pub in London.
You should have said, "You do a fantastic job pretending to be somebody who matters."
Oh,
No,
ouch.
You don't know what to say to a celebrity when you meet them.
Actors are like, I don't know. I lost my starry-eyed vision of actors.
I was going to say forgive us, but carry on because you were stuttering so much.
It just always seemed like, you play dress up for a living. Like, I know you make a lot of money at it, and good on you, but
Technically, they lie for their jobs.
pretend to be somebody else.
I accidentally met Jeremy Irons, and the first words to him was, "Have you smelt my Mini?" I was in Southern Ireland, which is near where he's got his pink castle, which is actually the colour they painted it was a really strange shade of pink, but it actually matches now. I'm talking, hold up, how many years? 10, 14, 15 years later, it's actually matching the rock side it's actually built on or being repainted on. And yeah, he was picking up a lawnmower from my friend Gar, and I was working in a Mini in the back garden, an English Mini, the little two-door racing
Mini
machine.
Cooper crap.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was a rally spec Mini, but not the Cooper. And I was like really grumbling about this Mini. And can you push on this snap-on lawnmower onto this? I'm like, can't you effing smell my Mini? Da-di-da-di-da. I'm cleaning the engine bay because it needs stripping, and it's Jeremy Irons. And unfortunately, I could not buy his two-stroke boat engine because he kept on tampering with it and taking it to my friend that's passed away a few years ago. And I was like, I need to find that boat engine. And they're saying, what boat engine? I said, Jeremy bloody Irons' boat engine. Because he kept on trying to adjust the carburetor settings. Because when he did like charity things with the local kids in the area, he'd take them up to the castle. You know. But he'd want to make the boat go faster. So he'd play with the two-stroke engine and everything. And I've had a weird an interesting midlife crisis. So, Dad, I've done my celebrities. Well, not all of them, because you don't need to hear what I've shouted out all of the windows all the time. Ever met a celebrity or?
Yeah, I've met a few. Let's see. Probably the best story was I met Fred Dreyer, who was a football player back in the 70s and 80s, and became an actor in the 80s.
For the public, American football
Yes,
or soccer?
American football. He played for the
Read football.
He played for the Oakland Raiders, and he was. I want to say he was a wide receiver. I don't remember exactly, but anyway, he was very tall, and I was like 7 or 8 years old, I think. Maybe a little bit older, maybe 10. And we were out in Santa Monica, in California, on the pier in Santa Monica, and my dad was walking around the beach, and he looked over and he saw me, and I was just kind of like leaning up against this building, and this super tall guy came walking by, and I was a very shy kid, I didn't speak to people. And I looked up and I saw him, and I said, "Hey, Fred, how's it going?" And he looked at me and he said, "Hey, guy," and he kept on walking. And my dad's like, who does my 10-year-old know we weren't from Santa Monica, we were just there on vacation. And so he was like, "Who in the world was that? Who do you know in Santa Monica? You're 10. And I said, "Well, that's Fred Dreyer. He's from the TV show Hunter." It was a police drama. And my dad was like, "Really?" And so he ran over and he said, "Hey, would be okay if we got a picture with you?" And he said, yeah, absolutely. He was the nicest guy. And of course I was 10 years old, but his hand was as big as my chest, like this massive paw. He was huge. He was like 6'5" or 6'7". I mean, gigantic guy.
Sounds almost like running into Andre the Giant or something.
Yeah.
You see, that's the thing about us normal people. We do meet some people that are models in our life at crazy points of our life. It's a good story.
Yeah, and it was cool for me at the time because that was probably my favorite TV show, and so I was like I can't believe it. There's the guy. I watch that guy every single night on TV, or once a week or whatever it was. And just like, "How's it going, Fred? What's up, guy?"
Bet you still watch them reruns.
I haven't seen that show in 35 years. It's I haven't even really thought about it except for telling the story. But it's he was a very nice guy. Very the film crew, they kept trying to pressure him to hurry it up, and my dad tells the story, and he said he put his arm out and shook his finger at the director, who kept popping out of the little tent that they were filming in, and he said, "I told you I'll be there in a minute. I'm doing something important." And the director just went back in the thing and didn't come back out.
To be honest, don't blame him. Don't blame the fella. I mean, when I met Tom Hanks, I had half a pub standing at least half a pub standing behind me, just waiting to see what I said, and I just said, "Thank you for the movies," because I didn't know what to say. Because one of the random customers at the bar He just said, "Oh, I think Tom Hanks is at the cash point." And I'm like, "What?" And I just literally marched out. And then I had the bar follow me out. So I'm like the peace negotiator at a powwow. I didn't even know how to describe it. Like, everyone's standing back from me because I'm me. I don't get it. But it was one of them moments in your life where you just don't know what to do, say.
Yeah.
But the first word in your brain, thanks for the movies. But I do think your comment was better. Was like, hi Fred. Just it was just it weren't so bad. It was like I saw one of the earlier Doctor Who's at a train.
Tom Baker and Peter Davison.
I saw
The ones-
Tom Baker with his scarf, but he weren't wearing the scarf. I just looked at him. He looked at me. I looked at him. I nodded my head. He nodded his head back as if to say, "Okay, some idiots recognised me." And I left it at that. And I thought that was possibly one of my best interactions with a celebrity without being a nerd and going, "Oh my God, I remember," and just bursting out into some strangeness. And I think that was my first celebrity meet ever. And I think after that, it just went downhill.
Yeah. Well, it's different for every one of them that you meet. I think it all depends on what your frame of mind is at the time, like what you're doing, and it can be an interesting experience to meet somebody who's achieved a significant standing in their life. I met when I lived in Washington D.C. for like 4 years, and you run into a lot of people there, especially political people, obviously. But I was in the airport, Ronald Reagan Airport, one time, and I was waiting for my plane to board, and I looked over and I saw Newt Gingrich sitting, just like doing some work, waiting for his plane, sitting at a little table, and I thought, that's Newt Gingrich. I don't really like the guy, but it would be cool to meet him. But I just left him alone, There's no point going over and bothering people, especially when they're obviously.
Sometimes that nod or them realising that you noticed them is enough for them.
Yeah.
I think I met, who was it? Jurassic Park. Is it Richard Attenborough or David? The man that, anyway, the old man from the movie. And I'm like, I know you from somewhere. And he's like, yeah, I've just been to Sotheby's and I've been looking at these. And this is when he was diagnosed early with Alzheimer's. He just wanted a good pint of real ale. And that's all he wanted. And my brain was going mental because I'd seen the beard and I'd seen the face and I knew him. Not like he was my friend. You just know them.
Yeah.
Let him carry on.
Yeah, it's always a little odd, especially if you find somebody who's like more of a character actor, like if you would have met Tom Selleck back in the late 80s or early 90s, it was Magnum P.I., right? Like, I wouldn't have thought, oh, there's Tom Selleck. I would have thought, that's Magnum P.I. And then I would have gone over, hey, Magnum, how's it going?
Precisely, but he just had that face, and I knew him. You know, he was part of my. And I couldn't figure out where I've actually met. I'd say an English soft porn star, and I'm like, I looked at her and I was like, I know you, and she was like, probably. And she was like a page 3 girl in the newspapers where they show their breasts off, or whatever. Plus, there was other stuff to go. And I walked around the corner. I went to another pub on my break, and I had a pint of their beer because I liked their beer better than our beer. And I was like, oh my God, there was. And then I said a name. I said, oh my God. There's Ed in my pub, or our pub at the time, and it's just daft how you react when you realise it.
Yeah.
I actually had Brad Pitt's security sacked from a certain hotel in London, which I'm scared ever to mention on YouTube. If you ain't got, when I say a certain hotel, I'm scared. If I ever mention the name and what they can do, Jesus. Yeah. He came in and said, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie are thinking about coming in and having a few drinks, but we need to know an exit strategy. And I said, well, the only exit strategy is a fire escape upstairs and then a fire escape through a Saudi prince's apartment.
Yeah.
But he got sacked because I actually went up to him and said, you know, he didn't speak to the head honcho. He spoke to an idiot at the bar. And quite openly, while intoxicated, mentioned who might be coming into your hotel and pub. Or this pub. It's not their pub. It was our pub. Nothing to do with their hotel chain, and I don't want to mention it. So, but he got fired for coming in and openly talking about Brad and Angelina coming in, and yeah. And I so had my Fight Club DVD and stuff all ready to be signed if they ever did turn up.
Nice. Trust is streaming and watching my stream. That's awesome.
I love it because they also use the headlight the same way as you do, and it actually shows what they're doing. I've switched what I'm looking at so much because I can see what you're doing and you're going back through stuff.
Yep.
And are you going to re-tickle everything? And tickle is probably an English term, but with your smoothing tool to get all the lines even and consistent, or work on highlights or lowlights, or you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure that I've got everything, because every once in a while I forget, like, oh, I skipped this little curl here, and so I'm just trying to make sure that I get everything done, and anything that doesn't look, good to my eyes, I'll go back and give it a tickle.
I don't blame you. It's part of OCD, isn't it? Or
Probably. I've been getting a lot of ads on everything that I watch that indicate that I have some form of ADHD, and I'm like, no, I don't. Skip. I'm like,
don't we all get ads? Yeah, I mean, come on.
If I do, then it's your fault.
If you don't watch this advert, you don't have ADHD.
All right, I think I got this side done. I don't know why when I go through this, a lot of these lines, a lot of these curves on all my pieces, really, I'll go back and redo them just to smooth out the bevel if I can, and I've found myself, even on like the inner bevels like this, I'll smooth those bevels out, and it doesn't really matter because I'm going to use a backgrounding tool in there anyway, so you won't even see the burnished beveling piece there.
Isn't that down to your design eye and how you interpret a piece? I'm sorry, but everything you make is a part of you. It's the same as me when I've been trying to battle with inlays recently, and yeah, I don't get it. I do get it, but no.
What do you mean? What do you not get?
What looks good to me and my eye, and then what would be pleasing to a customer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's whether you're making it for yourself or whether you're making it to sell, and then you knowing in your own head, thinking, "Hey, this isn't quite right. I need to just run a tool over that edge and just make sure it's that level of good." And I know you've got that level of good in you, and you maybe seeing problems you ain't got. And I mean, I watch Magnus, and your tooling is very good, and I really appreciate watching what you're doing. But he's not so worried because everyone sees it at 10 feet away or 5 feet away or 20 feet away, and the way he colors pieces, even they may not even realize that part is actually tooled unless they've got a very good camera.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean there, and that's actually been one of the best parts about watching Magnus work for me, because in the early days it was really bad. Like, if you think this is bad now, this is way better than it was when I first, because I would go over it and over it and over it.
Sorry, but I'll tell you what, maybe in a DM I'll send you a link to my tooling of my beer cozy, and then you can just sit back and laugh for a week.
Yeah, it was bad in the beginning because, you know, I was like, even on the swivel cuts, like I would spend a lot of time trying to make sure, I got to get this just right, like follow the pattern exactly. And then I watched a lot of Magnus's builds and a lot of other people, not just him, but, you know, Quarter Leather.
it's just to create a flow.
Exactly.
That's what it's a flow.
Yep.
And that's one thing I've started to understand when you watch more videos before you try doing it yourself.
Mhm.
It's just a flow. It's not like this will not end the piece. You're
Right.
trying to get them to look at something else. It's a flow of a piece. Add layers to the piece.
Yeah, and it really doesn't matter if you mess something up or not, because you're the only one who can tell. For a lot of stuff, like some things are, like you can't have a big slice going across the.
No, if they're standing and then like staring at it from 10 centimeters away, they're going to see what you're not seeing, or what you've seen. Do you know what I mean? If they're standing right over the piece and then like,
Well,
oh my
even
God,
then-
I'm taking this square inch of this pattern and it doesn't just quite flow into. No, but if you're standing X amount of distant back, you see that it's trying to draw your eye to other parts of this, and that's what I love about leather crafting. It's not all toolers, all craftsmen pick up. They could do the perfect piece, and they'll be like, "Yeah, but that hammer mark there is going to be bad because it's." And I see that's so much, but nobody admits it. Nobody admits it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those things where after a while, you start to realize that no one's going to see that. No one's going to notice. No one, like, even if they do notice, the chances that they're going to realize that that's a mistake are very, very small. Like, it would have to be, having a line slightly deviated isn't going to be very noticeable, even for people who know what they're looking at. But
And that's your artistic interpretation kicks into. And you can say, hey, that's how I felt the piece should flow.
yeah,
And they can't even argue with that, because if it's taken that much of a critique and staring at, but the piece in general is good. That's the thing. It's just that's why I get so mad about my stitching, because my stitching is so bad because I sometimes I double knot in certain areas because of weakness in a knife sheath, let's say.
mm-hmm.
People say, "Oh, that stitches off," and I'm like, "Yeah, but when it won't fall apart, or if it falls apart to a certain extent, you've still got a knife sheath, and it's going to take a hell of an epic failure for that to fail."
Yeah.
And they like look at you, and I'm like, "No, I did double knot there because I'm trying to make sure that if you're ever in a survival situation like Lost," and I say that, and you want it to stay together for the whole season or seasons, then you're going to want that extra double knot in there somewhere,
Yeah.
just to make sure you get home in case you ain't got a lighter to melt the threads.
Yep.
But that's my problem with inlays, because you're dealing with up to 3 layers of leather at a time. When I'm putting in an inlay, I have a tendency to over tighten or under tighten, so sometimes the stitches wander when you put the knot in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where Armitage's video about their way of doing the knots is so good, because he's just like, okay, you do this, you tighten it to a certain point, and then you apply a certain amount of pressure. He's teaching you the pause before you put the knot in too hard. but you got a point to save yourself.
Yeah. Well, there's I don't know. There's very little to really get too worked up about. You know, when you're making mistakes in leather crafting. If it's an obvious deviation from whatever design or pattern you're trying to do, then probably you want to fix that. But for the most part, I mean, no one.
I think for me, it's consistency, as in coming in the same way, going out the same way. You're not, and then the amount of pressure you put on the other side or through it, and keeping the knot consistent. Because I see that in my work all the time, and it makes me want to scream. I spent 3.5 hours making a wallet for my friend, who's hopefully going to come and visit me while I'm in England. And some of the stitching is just where I haven't learnt the correct technique, and then the pressure you put on that knot. And it's like one half of the wallet is perfect, and the other side is where I did the first lot of sewing is inconsistent. It's like I didn't learn from this side, but this side is the side I've learned from throughout the whole piece, and it makes me furious. And I don't know how to express them lessons in a YouTube video. Do you know what I mean? As in, like, look, this is the right way to do it. Don't overthink it. You know, don't try to overpressure it because you're working with inlays or everything. Just go to set pressure, get it right, get the knot right, give it a tug, move on. And it's that pause between the tug, and that's where I was going wrong, and I didn't know it before I made the wallet. And that, it makes the inner part of me angry, as in, like, I see so much errors in the stitching, but then again, anyone that looks at that, you say it's hand stitched, mate.
Yeah.
That thing ain't fallen apart for 50 years. That's ripped a thread. Do you know what I mean? It's going nowhere. And if it looks wonky, well, it's going to be wonky, but it ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. I try to remember that the most expensive painting or art piece, I guess, that's been sold in the last year was a banana duct tape to a wall. So I'm not I'm not going to sweat this too much.
No, and that's what people they do get if they're a craftsman or somebody that understands that you're making it by hand. You cut every square inch of that out. You've glued it together and then sewn that together by hand. And sometimes your glue don't stick because I'm using water-based because my wife can't tolerate barge.
Yeah.
Trust is back in their stream, and their carving seems to be going well. And they're using a similar blade to what you are. They're using a ceramic blade while cutting.
Mm. Hey, Crystal Edwards.
Oh,
Thanks for the comment.
Trust is using one of these angled ceramic blades. Dad, have you ever noticed the difference between a flat ceramic and an angled ceramic blade while cutting leather?
Not personally, because I use the angled, the filigree as well. But I have used a flat blade on a flat metal blade, and there's a big difference for me anyway. It's weird because I guess I started using the filigree blade in my swivel knife about 7 or 8 months after I started leatherworking. So maybe I just didn't have enough experience with the flat blade to really evaluate it very well.
So would you say a filigree blade is easier to use than a flat blade for a beginner?
For me, it was. I don't know if it's for everybody, but for me, it was. But I was trying to do a lot of this kind of stuff, right? A lot of the tiny little curves and curlicues and stuff, because I was using Magnus's patterns, and they can get pretty tight sometimes, especially like on that little piece right there. That's a very small curve to try to carve, and I don't know if I'm gonna even be able to tool that very well. This side was okay, but I think I actually made that one a little bit smaller. We'll see. So we got Crystal Edwards watching the stream now. Are you on the Dark Horse Discord server?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, cool.
Where did you find the, I'll say the still weight with the handle for keeping your piece still while you're tooling?
I'm pretty sure I bought that off of Amazon. That was like one of the first things that I bought.
I'm so used to seeing people using the leather bags with the buckshot in it or whatever. Sandbag.
That's a good idea. I didn't have that when I started, so I bought one of these.
Trust
two of these.
Life
Actually.
is actually showing off his. I think it's. I don't know if Trust Life is a he or a she. I've always treated Trust as a she, so now I'm going to be proven wrong. but they have something stitched up and showing in their little video stream.
It's on the plan,
Mm-hmm.
and the long ones they take 1.5 pounds, and the small ones about a pound.
Thank you, Trust. You're now not a female.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Well, I don't know why I thought that. I just, for some reason, and I thought Cosmic was always a male, and then they came into the voice chat and he was a male. So just proves how much the internet's wrong, right?
So Crystal says, I'm an airplane mechanic, so I have some arthritis that can prevent me from working with leather sometimes, but I'm learning new tricks, and I love watching videos and streams. Thanks for streaming. You're welcome. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. I hope that this is helpful, learning how to do some new stuff, and definitely let us know if you do any streaming, and happy to watch your stream too. And if you want to jump on the voice chat on Discord, if you're on the server there, you can just go down to the list of channels, and there's a voice channel down there, Dad's Saturday streams, and you can join that and chat with us. No pressure, obviously.
And the Discord is on Magnus's server, which is the Dark Horse Leather website he's got. But, it's the people there are very helpful. Like Dad, they go out of their way to help us learn, and it's an amazing group of people. Even Trust Life, if you join the chat, you'd see he's actually doing his own little bit on the background, and it's interesting to watch as well.
Yep.
So, Dad, what has been the most favourite thing you've made for your set of armour?
That's a good question. My favorite piece of armor, I really like the cuirass. I really like the way that my logo came out.
The CUIRASS, yeah?
Yeah, the chest armor. Yeah, that's probably the piece that I am the most proud of, because it took a lot of work, and it's just, it took a long time to get that thing done, and I really liked how it came out. So that's probably my favorite piece of that armor. And I did make back in when I started, I made my own van braces, my own forearm armor, long time ago. I'll show you what those look like. So this was my first real effort at making anything of my own design. So those were, I guess I could do it down here, that'd be a little bit better. But that was, it's all lined with suede. So I got this toast suede inside there. And did all the all the designs myself. And then this was the second one that I made. So I had a lot of fun doing this, and I followed Chuck Dorsett's what does he call it? The not cowboy cuffs, but maybe it's a bracer, but I forget. Anyway, he shows you how to make bracers, and in one of his old videos, and so I just followed his pattern and made my own. Oh, thanks, Crystal. Appreciate that.
That's a really nice piece.
Thank you.
Really. I'm looking at the stitching on it, and if that's an early piece, you got your stitching down, haven't you?
Yeah, that was one of the things I practiced. I think I practiced for about a month and a half on blanks, on just scrap pieces, learning how to stitch, and I followed. Quarter Leather has a really good video for beginners. That's it, CORTER, Quarter Leather, has a really good video for beginners about how to do a saddle stitch, and I must have watched that video 50 times the first month that I was learning how to do stuff. And
That explains why it's so rich.
it was a lot of practice on that stitching.
As I say, it's my demise, and I admit it. And I think that's the best thing about leatherwork is if you're a hobbyist going on selling, if you know it's your stitching that's going wrong, you just got to find the technique that's right for you, and that's what I think people, they start it and then they quit. And they sell off all their bits. And I think it's just practice or finding the right technique. Once you get that stitching down, you're in for heavenly items, like items you're going to just look at and it's going to take your own breath away. You're going to look at it and go, I made that. That's part of me. Yeah. And that's going to live longer than me if anyone gives a shit. And even if they don't, they'll sell it on a flea market. They'll get some money for it, and then the person will be like, oh my God, stitching on that. And other people are going to admire it.
Yeah. Yeah, the stitching was that was one of the things that I really, well, so Quarter Leather, when I was watching those videos on his channel, he makes a lot of wallets. And wallets obviously need to have, like, the stitching's got to be perfect, essentially, on a wallet, or else you're not going to.
Oh, God damn, and I love making wallets because it's something that's small and personal. There you go.
Crystal says, a technique I would like to learn is where the grooves are antiqued with a white or lighter color instead of a darker color. Yeah. That's, I haven't used a lot of the neutral or the lighter antiquing paste or any of that stuff. But
sounds crazy. A lot of the lighter stitching, if you hit it with a hammer afterwards, it actually brightens it up. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why, but it's sort of the magic of the thread. That's my comment on it, because I use whatever's cheap, and I'm on a budget, so that's what I use. If it's good quality and cheap, and I've seen some here in England and I've bought it, I mean, it's going back to Finland, you give it that little tap with a hammer when you go around and it somehow brightens it to stand up from what you're making. And then again, it depends what colour leather you're working with. When you're to sewing it with.
Mm-hmm. I think Crystal's talking about the antique, though, not the stitching.
And that's my bad.
It's all right.
Well, you can get a neutral gel antique, which is like clear, and you mix it up with either a color like white, or you can mix in some fine glitter powder stuff to give it like a golden or rainbow antique effect, which sits down in the grooves.
Mm-hmm.
So you can mix it up yourself. It's like completely clear. It looks like hair gel.
That's cool. Yeah, I would like to start using some of that, lighter antique as well. I just haven't had anything that I have made recently that I thought, well, this would look good with some lighter antique. But I guess maybe this piece would.
Retrospect. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
That's right. I was just thinking about on this while I was tooling that there. I was just thinking about this bracer. When I did this bracer, the string on the bow, I remember agonizing about that because I wasn't sure how to do that so that it would actually look like a string instead of be just a line on the piece, because I'd never done that before. It didn't occur to me at first. I'll just make it a little bit thicker and then tool either side of it, and then it'll stand up like a string would. And I don't know. I watched some video, I think. I can't remember exactly how I figured it out, but it was just one of those things where I was like, oh, duh. Like, it's not... I was way overthinking that. It doesn't have to be that complicated. Just make it a line.
That is our problem. When we're making stuff, we overthink everything because we want it to be so right.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, Crystal says, it sounds amazing. I hadn't even considered pigment powder. Yeah. Trust is full of useful information.
Trust is amazeballs. I'll tell you, when I DM Trust and they came back with a whole series of different ideas or thoughts about something I hadn't even thought of, and there was, an eye-opener.
Yep.
I mean, what would you do with kangaroo fur?
I have no idea.
Trust us alone. Seriously. I've got ideas for my bits and I'm going to be so precious about them. Because I tried to use them as an outer for a wallet, but now I want to use them for an inlay. And then the glasses, like a glasses case on the inside, right? Just on the pure fact that it's padding. And in a way, a small brush for your glasses when they go in and out. It's just, yeah.
Interesting.
Not that everyone has the option of kangaroo fur. Do you know what I mean? On a like a chrome background, which is also like a brown tanned chrome on the other side. It's a beautiful thing, and also when you touch it, it's very, very tactile, very tactile.
Mhm.
And I'm sure in your part of America, kangaroos are such a problem.
Well, we don't have too many around here, but I know down
In Finland, we got bears, lynx, elk, and deer, and wolves, and kangaroo don't come into that subject matter. I think they'd be more of a spectacle than anything else. Yeah.
Yeah. We have. What do we have? We have a lot of snakes around here. We have some coyotes. There's a pack of coyotes that runs around 2 o'clock in the morning around my house. I've been tempted to go out there and shoot them, but
Would just like to say, Trust Life Small is a lot smaller than yours. That's why I think you've got a mace.
is that a Berry King Trust? It looks like a Berry King.
No, this is actually one that came with a beginner set of Amazon.
Ah.
And I never used another one. I mean, I just kept working with this one.
That's like
It's not very good to punch holes, but like for cooling, it's nice and light in the hand. So I actually like it.
that's cool.
And it came like with a set with all these travelers and stuff. I still use them. I never bought expensive ones. Like they do the job, and this thing does the job. So I just kept it that way.
Yeah. There's a Berry King maul that looks just like that. There's actually a tapered one, and that looks like just a cylindrical one. But there's one that is tapered like this one.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just copied it.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to Amazon.
Yep. I think this one was $30 from Tandy, and it's been through some. For a while there, it was like rattling. I guess I beat the rattle out of it somehow.
I bought a cheap one similar to Trust's, and I use it. Then it comes loose. I'm gonna either have to really tighten the tapping stick out, or put some nail varnish in the thread and just hope I tighten it really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's really interesting watching you both work, actually, in a dual channel kind of thing. You're very similar, but his tapping technique a bit different to yours, and how he works on things, it's a bit different to yours. But if you end up with the same product, or you both end up with the product you're happy with, it's about styles. Actually, it works for you. And he said the maul or mallet worked for him.
Mm-hmm.
The same as that one works for you. You're two different people. It's amazing to watch. Yeah.
Well, I will take that as a compliment, because Trust does some amazing work.
Yeah, but I spoke to somebody on YouTube, and I just put a comment in their video and saying because he was saying, "Oh, my stitching technique is not very good," but it's what works for me, and I'm like, "Thank you, finally, somebody's admitted it on YouTube." You know, it's not what's right; it's what works for you. You might have to watch or try 10 or 15 of these video techniques to find you use Corteleva's technique, and it worked for you.
Yep.
I watch these videos, I try it, and then for some reason my brain wanders and I put the piece down, or I haven't got a leather clamp to hold everything together. And do you know what I mean? There's so many XYZ factors. It's in the end, it's what works for you, and it's learning what works for you. You haven't got to be an industry standard. It's about the technique and then finding what works for you. And what works for you, I've seen it on your early app, Vambrace. It works for you.
Yep.
And other people with their stitching, I'm like, what? Why is their stitching so good? And me, I'm just like, I just need to tighten it. And then either if it needs an extra tug on it, do the next tug, and then make sure the knots all fall in. Not tighten it and then retighten it because I'm worried that the knot's going to fall apart. It's
Well, on the stitching, one of the most important things that I learned when I was watching Quarter Leather is he does, well, at least in the videos that I watched, everything he did was hand stitching. And so on a piece like this, right, if your thread, and I'll just demonstrate this with a lighter colored thread here, but if your thread is, let's see if I can get this to go through through there. Anyway, I'll just hold it here. So when you're doing hand stitching, you want to have one end of the thread that is being held. You know what? Let me just get a couple of needles and I'll just show you how this is done.
sorry to divert you from tooling. Because it's on YouTube, it's going to take you 15 times longer than normal to thread the needle.
Maybe. If I can even find... I had some needles somewhere on here, but looks like they're gone.
I've got mine on magnets. Finland will never run out of compasses, to be honest. At my place, they're all magnetised.
I know I've got some needles around here somewhere, but they'll show up as soon as I get done doing this, probably. Alright, so I like this thread. I'm going to try to use this thread. as well cut it long enough. Let's see. All right, so when you measure, depending on how many layers you're going to go through, you want to measure the thread. So this would be one length here. So I'm going to take this length and I'm going to double it over. So there's 3 lengths now, and then 4 and 5. So there's, oh yeah, thank you. Just put it down. So there's 5 lengths, and then I'll go a little bit extra there. And that should be plenty to get through 2 layers, which will be, you know, this and then also this piece, right? So that should be enough thread to get through both of those layers to get one continuous stitch all the way across. And so what I do, similar to what's his face? Quarter leather. I'm going to do a locking stitch, which is when you pierce the thread. Right, so I've gone through the eye and then pierce the thread on the other side and then pull that down so that it creates a little bit of a knot, right? It's going to lock that. Now the needle is locked on there. And then I'll do the same thing to the other side. Now, we've got both ends of the thread are locked through the needles. And so then I'm going to start, and I can just take this thread out whenever I'm done with this, but just to demonstrate the technique. So for this, what's that?
Oh, I said yeah without pressing the microphone. Then I said okay afterwards once I actually pressed the microphone.
Okay. So I'm going to roll this under like that, right? When the that's the effect that I want for this bag, and then on the back side it will be connected like that, right? So that the stitching lays on top of the back,
yep,
but it gets rolled under on the front, right? So anyway, I'm going to line up my holes here and then start with the top 2, and I'm just going to take the needles through both of those holes at the same time, pull the thread all the way through, and then the thread that is the most forward, right? So this is the back thread, this is the front thread. The one that's the most forward is the one I'm going to hold with my finger. I'm going to curl it over my finger like that, and I'm going to effectively, I'm pulling towards the center of this piece, right? So the whole way around, because it's a curved piece, I'm going to be pulling towards the center when I pull the thread, if that makes sense. And so each stitch that I make, I'm going to go in the back here. If I can find where it is. All right. Okay. All right, so there's the first stitch, and I'm going to go through again, down through. And so there's the second one. Now I'm going to switch fingers, right? So I'm going to release this because this is now the back thread, and I'm going to switch to the other finger and hold that down with my, like that with my my finger, right? And so now I'm going to switch to the what's now the front needle, and I'm going to go through here and then back down through. Right. And that keeps a nice consistent stitch. I don't know if that's showing on there. So you can see how the stitches all kind of go the same way, right? Even though they're a little bit loose. But that's how I will do it whenever I get ready to do this for the final thing. So hopefully that is helpful. Oops. It's always a bit more challenging to try to reverse the stitches once they're in, but not too bad. And I really like this color on this thread. I forget what it's called. Bronzer Colonial Tan, that's what it is. That's it's kind of a like a bright tan, I guess, or a bronze tan. I really like that color. That's what I did for my wife's backpack. I used a red chrome tan on the upper for the backpack. That was a chrome tan called Old Town. I think it's an Old Town side. It's got a nice deep brownish red color to it, and so it went really well with this color thread. Alright, so we'll finish up the tooling on this, and then we'll do the dyeing. Did we lose you, Angles? Did you fall asleep? Too many shots. right back in a minute. I've got to run to the restroom. Now this is dried a little bit. Go ahead and finish the tooling on here. I like your work there, Trust.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I really like Magnus' artwork, but some of the corners and little loops he makes are ridiculous. I mean, I'm using a beveler I physically actually ground down to make it a little bit narrower to get into tight corners, and even there, some of the corners you just can't get into.
Yeah. Yeah, I like using this thin one, but even this one is still... I might buy another one of these and grind it down, like you're saying, just a little bit further so that it's super duper thin. No worries, Trust. almost done with this. Okay. I think that's got all the lines beveled. Alright, so let's see if anything stands out as obviously not done. Looks alright. Okay. So, for this, we're going to let this dry out a bit more, and then we will go ahead and dye that, and then once it's dyed, we'll burnish the edges, and then we'll put the initial acrylic coat on the front of it, which will be a matte color, and we'll do that with probably a chunk of wool. Just spread that all over, and then once the edges are burnished, the dye is applied, the acrylic finish is applied, then we'll come back and we'll paint the squiggles with a very small brush using this bone color, and that will be a nice, that should be a nice contrast between the black and the then I might use, so if I use the bone color, that should complement this brown as well. So that's my hope anyway. That should all look pretty good together. So I'm going to let that dry out a bit, and we can start on this one. So I'm trying to, oops. That is a fool's errand to do it that way, because I'm just going to have to pick it up and do it again. Let's see first. flesh side right there. Whew. Did I do? I left it over there. Oh well. Okay. I think I'm gonna clean up this curve a bit. So this is for anybody who's never done this before. You can just use regular old sandpaper. I got this from a drum sander. This came off of the Tandy burnishing kit. But you can just use regular old sandpaper and sand the leather. So whenever you see, I don't know if you can tell, I can tell that the curve is not smooth. It's kind of lumpy in places, just because of the way that, you know, cutting a curve with a straight blade makes some odd little squiggles and waves sometimes. So I'm just going to smooth it out with my sandpaper here, and I'm just going to go right against the face of the leather on the edge until I get the curve that I want. And I'm not going to worry about the fact that I just went ahead and did my edge beveling, because I can always come back and redo that. Yeah, I got that everywhere. Alright. That looks a little bit better anyway. So now we'll go back over it with the edge beveler. And just make sure that we got a good bevel on here. That's a little bit better. Still feel a little bit, but I'm not going to worry too much about it, because that's going to be the back side anyway. So, whatever. All right. wants to dry a bit. All right. Let's see if we can get on here. That actually looks pretty close. To me, anyway. Okay. So I'm going to use that weight to hold these in place. I think this is pretty close. Might pull this one down just a little bit. Oh, good. All right. All right. I think I got. Nope. Not even close. All right, so I think these are mostly mostly done. There's so much detail on these that it's hard to know if I've missed anything at this point. Before I go to the next section. Looks fine, I think. I'm gonna try to hold it in place when I move my...
Yeah, that's why I usually use a roller tab,
Oh, what?
because then you can see the paper where you already trained.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's a ridiculous level of detail on these things. I think I got it all. But if I didn't, oh well. I can see one spot that I already missed. Of course. All right. My hands are starting to shake now, so I'm going to call it a day. Appreciate you watching the stream. Thanks for hanging out, Trust. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who stopped by. I hope this has been enjoyable and informative, and we'll see you all later.